Okie dokie. The Dwarves. First time playing through this game. I picked it up randomly because I thought it looked interesting. So let's have a look.
Fracas made us from stone to protect Girdlegard. Against orcs, ogres, and all the other beasts of Tion. We are the guardians of Girdlegard. We are the children of the divine smith. We are the Dwarves.
I'm sorry. Girdlegar. Dwarven name in sense. Okay, whatever. Okay, right thumbstick, and I have no idea what that button is. I'm assuming it's triangle. No. Square, okay. Attack. Which one's the leap? That one. Alright. Try and get as much of this as I can in there. Looks like I can only leave one out. Okay, go.
On my way!
I don't want to leap again.
All right.
Now this isn't actually me auto attack, me attacking. This is an auto attack function. So assuming there, just walk close and yeah, auto attack. So it seems necessarily I only really control the abilities. Let me just leap into the back line here. Okay, you cannot charge through that. Duly noted.
Mandolin! A present from the workshop!
Okay.
And again!
Let me just retreat to the back line then.
I'd be happy to pass on this present to the greenskins.
Okay, so it's giving me bombs. Let me just...
Stay dead!
Kind of screwing myself a little bit here, aren't I? Oh well. I have no idea if I'm... Oh, okay. Apparently I was auto-attacking somewhere along the line.
My king! What are you doing here?
Giselbert I, the father of the Fifthling clan, has not been on the front line of battle against the creatures of Tion for many cycles. The king surveys the battlefield and the defenders with a grave expression.
We are too few.
This you know as well as he does. But there will be no reinforcements arriving. Hundreds of brave warriors lie inside the fortress dying. The illness is running rampant. It brings weakness and death.
Stay at your posts. Be as steadfast as the granite of which we are made. Nothing can break us. Vrakas is with us.
Okay, so I now have the king. Interesting. Oh boy. Do I still have bombs? I do.
Time. Another one gone. Be off with you.
And stay dead!
Hammer time.
What's that?
That's one over dead.
What is it?
Yeah. You can pause the game. Give orders out. Now we just need to push these lines back.
Yes.
Oh, it's a heal. That's really nice, actually.
What's that?
Hammer time.
I think that was friendly fire. Not 100% sure though.
Another one gone.
Yeah, I think friendly fire is in the game, so that's a strange little addition. Whatever. Just control the king for a bit.
Be off with you. Another one gone.
There are random no-name dwarfs around me, or behind me rather, defending the bridge.
Another one gone.
And for the record, this is on medium difficulty.
Yes. Hammer time. Be off with you.
With an execution mechanic.
What is it?
Alrighty. So it seems the game is a mixture between RTS and active real-time play. Because you can pause the game and dish out orders and
Over there!
whatnot and what have you.
These are the ones who attacked us in the tunnels. We suffered great losses beating them back.
Come here and I'll split you like a straw, you treacherous elf!
In his fury, the old king radiates a ferocious power that none of Citalia's children could withstand. But the slight, willowy being sitting astride the shadow mare just grins down, mockingly.
You are mistaken. We are Alpha. We are here to destroy the elves.
All peace-loving beings here in Girdlegard are under our protection, and you cannot open the gate that has barred your path into Girdlegard since the creation of the world.
Not us, but perhaps one of your kind.
This cannot be. Silence, you fool! Vrakas, forgive me for what I am about to do.
Quickly! In formation! You must hold them back until I close the gate!
Yes?
Alright, shield wall.
What is it?
Oh, seems you can batter yourself against walls and knock yourself out. That's an interesting little one. Okay, good to know. Let's just back up and get in. I'm curious to what the 3 buttons on the bottom side are. I actively have no idea. Conditions for losing, I guess. Okay.
That's that. And stay dead.
The thing is, I don't want to push them too far back into the out of the range of our archers, so.
And again. And stay dead.
Oh.
Look at me. I am Syntheras, the Reaper of your death. I will take your life, and the land will take your soul.
Get out of my sight, pointy ears, and let me delight at the closed gate a little longer.
The gate may have closed, but when you rise again from the dead by the power of the land, you will be one of us, and you will open it.
Never! My soul belongs to Vrakas.
No. Your soul now belongs to the land, and henceforth you will belong to it forever. Now die, and return. Then hand us Girdlegard.
Well. I can see myself playing this for a while.
You're a perfectionist, Tungdale Bolafar.
I've got a reputation to uphold. If you can't rely on the metalwork of a dwarf, what can you rely on?
Sorry, I'm just dealing with something real quick. There we go.
What can I do for you?
For me, nothing. It's Lot Yonan. He wants to see you in his study.
In your mind, you go through all the recent incidents that might have annoyed the Magus. Apart from a few little squabbles with his famuli, nothing worth mentioning happened since the incident with your beard. You nod.
Okay.
And it still gives me the "you look dreadful." Oh god,
You look
curiosity.
dreadful.
What a charmer.
The maid gives you an ironic, reprimanding scowl.
Ikana has been crying half the night.
When you were teething, I carried you around the vaults. You played with my beard and I sang you to sleep.
Frala smiles. She's heard this story many times before.
That was 23 cycles ago. I'm quite sure you didn't sing. You might have grumbled a bit.
If what you've read about the dwarven lifespan is true, it'll be another 300 sun cycles and more before you are called to the Eternal Forge. The certainty of one day having to witness Frala's death already burdens your heart.
I better not keep the Magus waiting.
See you later. There's goulash for dinner.
Ooh, goulash.
There was a time when you could hardly lift the heavy hammer. Now you barely notice it anymore, and it feels like an extension of your arm. Smithing is in your blood.
I'm assuming that a cycle is a year. That'd be my
Hey, groundling! Come to the kitchen, we need you.
Jolison, a 4th degree famulus and your favorite foe among the students of magic, gives you a disparaging glance and disappears without waiting for your reply.
Booker.
Lot Yonan didn't just take you in. He also taught you how to read and write. But you don't feel like reading right now. Especially as you already know all the books by heart. Lot Yonan's vaults are equipped with laboratories, a library, and private rooms for the famuli. Together with the forge, the kitchen, and the other utility rooms, it makes up quite an impressive complex. But compared to the courts of the other magi, the seat of power in Yonandar is small and modest.
Don't know how I feel about the whole narrative bit coming from third source.
Hey, what are you doing, groundling? We're still eating here. Why don't you go and get your own portion?
Along with the stereotypical Englishman. Good God.
Tungdale! Quick! Or the goulash will get burnt!
You immediately recognize what the problem is. A chain running over a pulley for positioning the cauldron is detached from its mounting, and the cauldron stuck in the fireplace. It's a heavy load, and none of the famuli, who feel superior even during kitchen duty, dare do anything. They might burn their fingers, or even get a bit dirty.
Oh, God forbid.
It'd be a waste of goulash. And I'm hungry. Here, hold this.
With as much concern in your voice as you can muster, you say,
Oh, no, this doesn't look good.
You're pleased to notice he's dripping with sweat.
I'll get you back for this, groundling!
Do you remember when you dyed my beard with some magic spell? I had to shave it off.
You stroke your beard, which is unusually short for a dwarf.
Damn it! Ah, it's heavy!
The young human forces through his pursed lips, letting the pot sink a little.
Don't you dare ruin my goulash, boy!
The cook, with beefy forearms, glares at the young man, and after a brief moment, he tries harder.
Good evening, Jay. Where was I? Oh, yes.
You damned freak!
For a moment, you hope the Famulus really does raise his hand to you. But then he comes to his senses and leaves the kitchen, his face bright red.
What a pair you are!
Well, if he's anything like me, he's got to have his fun
The
somewhere.
goulash is bubbling in the cauldron. You draw the warm air in through your nose, and the smell makes your mouth start watering.
So far it's alright. It's an RTS-y type thing mixed with auto combat, with you controlling the abilities, so I'm getting there. I'll
The beer that is
figure out
delivered to the
stratagems
vaults is
later.
supposed to be the best beer in Idderslane. It's certainly your favourite beer, but you haven't drunk enough other beers to truly know.
The cornerstone of dwarven culture. Beer. Anything else for me to do?
Vegetables, bread, cheese, but the cook is not to be trifled with. Many painful knuckles have taught you that she knows how to handle her heavy wooden spoon, and that she may possibly have eyes in the back of her head.
Which?
I am your godfather, little one. I'll look after you just like I looked after your mother.
Little Akana grasps your calloused finger and smiles at you wide-eyed.
A morbid thought just occurred to me. That baby's gonna die, isn't it? Good grief. That's the forge. Can I... walking into a villa? Because there's actually a XP system in this, so...
A map of Girdlegard. The kingdoms of the humans are marked, but the map maker's focus was the magic realms of the Magi. Yonandar, Brandokai, Leos Nudin, Oromira, Saborian, and Tuguria. While most of the landscape features are missing, the veins of the magic fields are marked in painstaking precision. 5 veins spread out under Girdlegard, beginning at Leos Nudin in the middle.
Yeah. I'm sadly aware of the tropes of these types of games. Okay, let's have a look.
I should speak to Lord Yonan first. He doesn't like to be kept waiting.
You mumble and wonder when you started speaking thoughts like this out loud.
Okay. Where the ever blazes is he? Okay, big doors. Check. Also, Jay, you missed the intro, which was a huge battlefield defending a bridge. It's actually pretty good.
Master Lot Frala told me you wished to speak with me.
Ah, Tungdil, come in. There is a bag over there in the cupboard. Take it out, please. It contains artifacts belonging to my former famulus Goren. I wish to return them to him. He's in Black Saddle, 300 miles away.
300 miles? That's a long journey. Who are you going to entrust with this?
I was thinking of you.
Me?
There is no one better to take on this journey. You have acquired much knowledge. You are almost a scholar. You know more than most famuli about Girdlegard and its inhabitants. It is time for you to go out into the world and see it with your own eyes.
With pleasure.
Is it just me or is his eyes skew with? As for the controls, no, there's really nothing to the controls. Triggers are zoom in, zoom out. Bumpers are switch characters. Squares pause. I'm not entirely sure what the rest of them do. I know X can execute if you've gotten someone on the ground. Touchpad is basically the objectives, so on and so forth. And the D-pad is your abilities, so...
What's in the bag?
Magical devices. You better leave the bag closed if you want to avoid any accidents. Dwarves don't really like magic, and magic doesn't like you either.
Vrakas gave us so much craftsmanship that there's no space left in our bodies for magic.
Strictly speaking, every time you've been too close to magic, it has ended in catastrophe.
Delightful to have the naysaying narrator.
Perhaps I'll meet some dwarves on my travels.
Yes, perhaps. But don't hold out too much hope. And be careful who you talk to. Not everyone out there likes dwarves.
Yeah, goblins. They abduct baby dwarves and sell them to magi, from what I've heard.
Not the best bit of business I've ever done. But what was I to do? The Longnoses threatened to throw you into the nearest river.
I'm sorry. Someone else heard that as well, didn't they? That was basically child abduction and slave, human trafficking, right? Basically, someone.
Be on your guard. Look after the bag and don't lose it. May Palandiel be with you. And Vrakas too, of course.
I'll set off immediately. I'll see you soon, Lot Yonan.
Okay. I'm glad I'm not the only one that heard that. Okay. Now that the quote-unquote checkpoint is done, okay, that's finished. Yeah, but usually there's a little something extra to do when you've completed a checkpoint. I know these games. No comment.
There are apparently dwarves who have never seen the sky. And you too feel more comfortable when you have rock over your head. If only you didn't long to see more of the world, a longing that grows stronger with every year. Of the 200 or so people selected to learn the art of magic under Lot Yonan, there's barely a handful of them you can stand the sight of. You're not at all interested in magic in all its elusiveness and whimsy. Your realm is the Forge.
What's the old saying? Stick to what you do best.
The blacksmith. Do you want something?
Did
Your
a
food.
horse bolt while you were trying to shoe it? It's certainly not on our plates.
I'm assuming those two tables are together.
Hello, Frala. I need provisions for 300 miles.
You're grinning from ear to ear. Finally, you've got the chance to see something of the world.
300? Tungdil, that's no errand. That's an epic journey. Wait, I've got just the right thing. But make sure the cook doesn't see.
I'm going to Blacksaddle to return a few things to a former apprentice in Amagus.
You pocket the rye bread, sausages, and ham. Enough food for the first few days of your journey.
Specifically, how big are those pockets? A few days... That's some mighty big pockets there, sir. I don't think your measurements are correct.
Perhaps I'll even meet some dwarves on the way.
Frala throws you a cautious glance. It's a tricky subject that you can't help but broach.
There aren't dwarves down here. You're the only one in Idaslane, as far as we know.
I know, but I can't just have been born out of a rock. Somewhere in the mountains, I have a clan. Maybe even a family.
Yes. Maybe.
Frala has reminded you more than once that Lot Yonan wrote to the dwarf clans, and none of them were missing a dwarf boy.
I've got a present for you.
You take out a symbol of protection that you've carefully made from 3 horseshoe nails.
It's not the finest jewelry in Girdlegard.
One look at Frala's face makes it clear that it doesn't matter. She glows with happiness as she takes the pendant.
For me? But why?
Because you don't see me as an oddity, and you're like a little sister to me.
You could have said. But you settle with a shrug and a crooked smile.
I have to go. I've got a long journey ahead of me.
I wish you the blessing of Palandial and Vracus to protect you from all danger on your journey. Here, a talisman. Whenever you look at it, think of me.
Frala winks at you mischievously.
And of getting me a nice present.
You can never go too far without...
The goulash is bubbling in the
I've already had that one. At least you could skip. Yeah, this is just the introduction to this character. You've missed the 2 murders that have already occurred.
How nice to see you again, Lot Yonan. It must have been an age since we last met face to face.
Nudin, welcome. Please, sit down.
No, thank you, my friend. These are urgent matters, and I don't have much time. You must come to Leos Nudin immediately. The perished land is stirring.
Are you sure? What makes you think that?
I found out about 60 orbits ago, during a visit to the borders. Our magical barriers have weakened and become porous. The Elfar have left their land, and a huge horde of orcs have marched into Girdlegard.
Were you able to strengthen the spell with your magic?
No. I can't repair the damage alone. We need the combined power of the 6. The other 4 are already on their way here, but we need your help too.
I will set off for Parista without delay.
Oh, and as you're coming, could you also take the opportunity to bring back the things that I lent to you?
Of course. I have them already packed in a bag.
Oh, thank you. We'll be expecting you.
He's a bad guy. I'm calling it now. Traitor of the 6. I'm calling it already.
Utterly blinded by the sunlight, you squeeze your eyes tightly shut after only a few steps. The time spent underground has made you so sensitive to light that you're forced to seek shelter in the shade of a mighty oak.
Okay, I'm guessing there's... Okay. I wasn't expecting this, I'll be fair. I'm guessing that's 210 gold and enough rations for 19 days. How the heck am I fitting 19 days of rations into my pockets?
You reach a small lake by a birchwood. Your feet hurt and your eyes still sting in the unaccustomed sunlight. But a smile spreads across your face nonetheless. You've covered a decent distance on the first day of your big journey. You pitch your camp and lie down to sleep on the hard forest floor. When you awake in the morning, your legs are stiff and achy. Trying not to feel sorry for yourself, you throw your rucksack over your shoulder. You're a dwarf, and dwarves don't complain.
I'm guessing there's a partial, quote-unquote, strategy to this. So if I need to get to there... 2, 3, 4... 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. And I'm also curious to that question mark. So we're going to the question mark. I'm curious.
Around midday, with the sun high in the sky and the first beads of sweat appearing on your forehead, you see something move next to the road, a few hundred meters ahead. Some crows are pecking at something in the long grass. The creaking leather armor, the clattering rucksack, and a dwarf's inability to be quiet makes the crows flap around as you move from one bush to another. You give up trying to be stealthy, stand up straight, and see 2 human bodies in the flattened grass.
That's a stereotype and a half. Dwarfs can't stealth. Well...
You don't see any signs of a struggle in the area where the corpses are lying. Were they stabbed by a companion? A stranger could hardly have crept up on them with such sparse cover.
Nothing.
Huh?
A slender man lies in front of you, dressed in an expensive robe. It is in the colors of Turgur the Fair-Faced, one of the 6 Magi. The dead man must be one of Turgur's famuli. You don't see any wounds.
By Vrachus.
There are some narrow stab wounds in the man's chest. The cuts are too big to have been made by arrows, but too small for sword wounds.
Daggers?
A rucksack that probably belonged to one of the dead. It seems to have been searched and then thrown away carelessly. You find a few implements, some provisions, and a map. A route is drawn on it from Parista, Nudin's capital, to Lot-Yonan's vaults.
Does this mean that Turgur the Fair-Faced is in Parista and wanted to send Lot-Yonan a message? And if so, why didn't he use magic? Did he want to contact him without anyone noticing? Why all this secrecy?
I'm starting to think this game is a lot more than I gave it credit for. It was supposed to... Oh, there it is. Now I see it.
You look down on a tall, broadly built man. He's wearing dark brown leather armor that is strengthened with iron plates. There's a sword lying next to him. Was he trying to defend himself against something? Or someone? There is no blood on the sword.
Means he didn't get a chance to fight back.
The man has the same incisions. It's clear that both men were killed by the same weapon. But what that weapon might be, you cannot say.
Daggers, throwing axes.
Nothing again.
You halt. There is something.
Another rucksack?
You open the rucksack and recognize that someone has already rummaged through it. As well as some implements and writing utensils, you find a pouch full of gold and a talisman. The gold is proof that this is not a case of robbery.
Well, it is now.
Warmth and a feeling of security flush through your body as you touch the talisman. You feel safer just holding it in your hand.
I'm taking you with me.
Well. I would like to know how I get into my inventory. That way. Okay. Talisman of protection. Cheapskate. He only had 20 gold on him. Hiccups. Let's just have a quick look around. Apparently can't get into that bush. Okay. Then
You
you've done.
scour the area once more and ask yourself what to do next.
Give them a proper burial. I don't care how much it costs me in the way of provisions. It's always good to bury the dead.
It's time-consuming and strenuous work digging shallow graves in the ground with a stick and covering the corpses with a few stones. But it should at least keep the crows from their feasting for a while. You continue on your way so as to put a few more miles between you and your grisly find before night falls.
I'm assuming that's a town of some sort, or... Oh? What is that? Okay, apparently there's a Dwarven merchant also moving around. This is a... This is a pretty big map. Jiggery. Oh, I found where I'm ending the game already. Wow. That's white. And snowy. Okay. We'll end up there eventually.
You see a flickering light through the trees some way from the path. It might come from a campfire. You walk towards the fire with confident strides until you finally make out 3 broad-shouldered men with axes. 2 rabbits are sizzling over the fire. The men are joking with one another, but you can only understand the odd word. They haven't noticed you yet.
Well, considering I was being rather brazen about it.
You sneak up on the men until a thick branch breaks loudly under your boot. You realize, terrified, that the men's voices have fallen silent. The men jump up and grab their axes.
Who's there?
You step into the light of the fire, your hands raised in a conciliatory gesture.
My name is Tungdil. I'm only...
Well, I'll be. Is that a groundling?
The men look you over suspiciously.
What's a groundling doing creeping around here? Are you after our gold?
I bet he was hoping to slit our throats once we fell asleep, subterranean scum.
Your heart is pounding, and you confront the man a little more courageously than you feel.
I'm no thief, and I'm certainly no murderer. I only wanted to see if...
Pah! All groundlings are thieves and good-for-nothings.
You find it difficult to take control of your voice again.
Have you met many dwarves?
Enough to know that you're all dirty thieves.
Now consider this. I am a dwarf with an axe, and I don't use my axe for cutting down trees.
The men are visibly unsettled and lower their axes a little.
I'm trying to keep this out of conflict. Despite kind of wanting to.
I thought so.
You turn your back on the men
and walk back to the path confidently. You don't hear any steps behind you, and only once you've put distance between you do you dare look back over your shoulder. None of the men have followed you. You sigh with relief. It could have ended up a very painful experience if you'd provoked the men or shown them any weakness.
Okay, note to self. Being an arse can be good.
As the gable end of a small farmhouse and a barn appear from behind a hilltop, you hear the loud cries of children at play. A girl runs along the path laughing, followed by a small boy with a big stick in his hand. The boy is trying to catch up his sister with a determined look on his face, but is finding it difficult to keep his short legs under control on the uneven path.
I kind of want to investigate the farmstead. He's gonna hit her with the
towards
stick.
The children. As you raise your hand to greet them, the boy catches sight of you. His eyes grow wide, and he points to you with a chubby little finger. All he can manage to say is, "There." Now the girl has turned to face you too. Before you can say a word, she lifts her little brother up into her arms and runs screaming towards the farmhouse.
This is going to be a... Can I save it all? I'm going to say no, but
Without
we're going to have
rushing,
a go.
you follow the children to the farmhouse, into which they've disappeared. After a few moments, they reappear, accompanied by their parents. Their father is a thick-set man with grey hair.
I am Opatia. This is my wife, Remsa.
The blonde woman nods a greeting almost imperceptibly and clasps her daughter tightly to her. She looks you over with an anxious expression.
It's a pleasure to meet you. My name is Tungal.
You try to make your voice sound as harmless as possible.
Over the last few days, have you seen two travellers heading east?
Opatia looks at his wife, but she shakes her head.
Why do you ask?
I found them. Two dead bodies on the side of the road. A good day's march east from here.
Dead bodies?
She hastily covers her son's ears.
Was it orcs?
Remsa, what would orcs be doing up here? It was probably just bandits.
I'm sorry if I scared your wife and children.
The man waves dismissively.
No. It's just that my fair woman is especially jumpy these days.
The orcs have been spotted near Calmstead. You should take it more seriously.
The farmer's wife clutches her daughter even tighter before the girl finally protests. The boy steps forward excitedly and cuts the air with his stick.
If strangers come, we're supposed to run away, but I can hit them too.
Opatia pats his son on the head, laughing.
We're safe. The orcs have no reason to come so far north.
Wouldn't it be better to move to one of the bigger villages if there are orcs around?
The farm is our livelihood. We can't just leave the place. The fields don't look after themselves. King Tilagorn's cavalry will take care of the orcs, or Lord Yonan and his magi.
But the cavalry can't be everywhere at once. Even a handful of orcs would be enough to finish us.
Once the seeds are planted, I'll build a hideaway, just as you wish. But what use is a hideaway if we've nothing to eat in the autumn?
get the feeling this has later game consequences.
If there are orcs in the area, then you shouldn't waste any time. Build that hideaway.
The dwarf is right.
Remser gives you a thankful smile before turning to her husband.
We'll take care of the other problems when we come to them. The most important thing is that we're safe.
Opatia stays silent for a moment, a gloomy expression on his face, before shrugging his shoulders.
All right then. Dwarves do know best when it comes to orcs.
You bid farewell and set off on your way. The children follow you for a while, before saying their goodbyes in laughter and running back towards the farm.
Okay, that wasn't as bad as I was expecting. Good water.
You look down on a large village on the banks of the Warder. Some of the village is built on stilts in the river. A wooden bridge spans the fast-flowing water. A huge wooden palisade has been erected to protect the village from attack. The guards on the palisade are watching you. Their armor looks well cared for and well made. The smith who made them knew what he was doing. You conclude that the men depend on the protection the armor offers and aren't just wearing them to look good. They're certainly not villagers.
Why is it telling me I can pause a fight when going into a village? Never a good sign. Never a good sign. Road pyres, so no one can sneak up on the road. That's fair enough. Very sharp barricades.
The double gate is made of strong planks, sturdy but still much less solid than the fixed parts of the palisade. Security has been forgone here for practical reasons. Never a good idea when building fortifications. Some of the guards begin to whisper as you near the gate.
Hello up there!
What brings you to fair good water? And have you seen any orcs on your travels, groundling?
The man leaning over the palisade eyes you up and down carefully.
Goodwater is well known for its hospitality.
A fact that you've just made up yourself.
Let me in, and I will tell other travellers all about it.
I regret to inform you that we cannot allow you to enter. The gates stayed closed once night has fallen.
There is certainly no regret showing in the man's face.
I'm a blacksmith. And a dwarf. Let me tell you, your gate might look solid, but it won't withstand a real orc assault.
The murmuring all around him makes the man pause for a moment. If anyone else had criticized the stronghold, they'd have been laughed down and shooed away. But no one understands defense systems like the dwarves.
A dwarf blacksmith who just happens to be standing in front of our gate?
That's right. I can see to it that orcs crack open their skulls on your gate, just like at home on the High Pass. Skulls that add up to hard cash for you.
You only know about the secondling stronghold from books, but you can see in the man's face you've pushed the right buttons.
All right then. You can spend the night in the village. You begin work tomorrow morning, and it had better work like you promised.
Of course. It's a trifle.
For the record, he makes horseshoes and other such light amalgamations.
After a meal, you spend the night in the comfort and shelter of a Goodwater tavern. The next morning, you feel fully refreshed. You strengthen the gate with cross braces of wood and iron, using your experience and skill. Now it should be able to withstand an attack for much longer. Mercenaries and villagers alike watch you work, clearly impressed. As you finish, a man approaches you.
Well done, dwarf. We were right to bring you into our village.
The village grew rich through bridge tolls, and this wealth must be defended.
Goody. The fat get fatter.
I've spent almost half an orbit strengthening the gate. How about a bit of compensation?
The council member's face darkens.
We've paid for food and lodgings, and because we're generous, we've also thrown in the bridge toll. Good day, Mr. Dwarf.
Politicians for you. It's only a few days out of my route, so let's come up here and have a look at this.
You reach the banks of the Warder and can see Axeldale on the other side, but there isn't a bridge for far and wide. The fishermen's boats glide over the water, which sparkles in the sun. None of the men seem to notice you while they throw out their nets. You call to the nearest fisherman. He looks across at you briefly before turning away and getting back to his work. You're going to have to find another way of crossing the river.
Goody.
You leave the peaceful banks of the river behind you and continue on your way.
So by the seam of this, I can't rotate the map, which is kind of annoying. I have to go back to Goodwater.
Your route leads you back to Goodwater. The mercenaries on the palisades are still on the lookout for orcs and let you in as soon as they recognize you.
Good stuff.
An uneasy feeling has been your constant companion since you left Goodwater. Every little sound in the forest makes you fear you've been discovered by a horde of orcs. But you reach the end of the day without bumping into any of the greenskins. It seems as though Vrakas has granted you one more day in Girdlegard. As night begins to fall, you pass a large oak tree and decide to call it a day. Near the oak tree is an abandoned camp with a fireplace, which appears to be a couple of days old. You swing yourself up the trunk and then pull up your baggage after you. You're prepared to sleep in a tree like a bird if it means escaping the orcs' attentions. You sling your rope twice around your stomach and the trunk of the tree to stop you from falling accidentally. You close your eyes and dream. You see North Pass and smell the fresh, icy wind that sweeps over the peaks of Great Blade and Dragon's Tongue. But the harmony is interrupted by the hideous roar of an unending flood of orcs throwing itself unceasingly against the fortification. You smell the disgusting green blood of the orcs and taste the rancid fat of their armor on your tongue. The bitter taste becomes stronger until it's unbearable and wrenches you out of your dream. You open your eyes and are surprised at the brightness as a glance at the sky confirms that it's still night. Your eyes move towards the ground, and what you see makes the blood in your veins freeze.
Well. Okay, being in the tree was a fantastic idea. Oh boy. The loading screens are a little killer, but... Oh boy.
I am Sinthras of Son Balsur. My master, Nod On the Doublefold, ruler of the perished land, has elected you, the lords of Taboribor, to be the sword that conquers the south.
You mean you want us to put our necks on the line and be killed by some magus?
Lord Yonan and the others will be taken care of. Your task is to create a diversion in the south until my master's plan succeeds.
And which of us is the leader?
The one that conquers the most land.
So Kragnar will be the new Grand Lord.
He glares at Ushnots and Bashkug.
The Kragnar Shore Tribe will conquer the most land.
Never! We will overwhelm the cities of the Red Bloods quicker than you can suck the marrow from a bone.
We shall see.
You can't believe what you're hearing. If the beasts of Tion ride into battle together, catastrophic cycles lie ahead for Girdlegard.
The more they keep saying Girdlegard is just hilarious to me.
The night in the oak tree was the worst of your life. You spent every single moment afraid that you'd be found and savaged by the orcs. But as the first rays of sun broke through the treetops, the orcs abandoned their camp and left without discovering you.
Yep.
Better safe than sorry.
Your eyes scan the deserted camp, and you listen carefully for any noise. But you don't see or hear anything suspicious.
Okay. Let's see if they left any remnants for me to pick through. Is that horses? What's the sound of the water? Sounded like there was horses or something down below.
I should try to find out as much as possible about the groups of orcs before I set off again.
I'm not seeing any.
You're overcome by the urge to vomit. You have, of course, heard the stories, but seeing with your own eyes that orcs actually do eat humans is a long way from just reading about it.
Good stuff.
This is the place. I knew it was here. Come on then, find that stupid necklace. Hey, Fuskar, in front of you.
Oh boy.
A grounding. Perfect for a spotted breakfast.
Oh boy.
You know that you're no warrior, but you want to face the orcs as a child of the Divine Smith. Perhaps you'll manage to kill at least one of them, so as not to appear so undwarven in Varacus's eyes.
I'll give you something to chew on. Vracus made us of stone.
Okay, no.
Oink, oink, little piggies!
A random dwarf appears.
By Barrowin's beard! How did you manage to lose your weapon? Go and get it, and this time, hold it tight! Hey! That one was mine!
You're just too slow, dear brother!
Too slow? Just wait!
Oh god. Alrighty.
Yeah! What is it? What is it?
Don't rush me! I'll be ready soon!
Yeah! Yeah! Who's next?
Okay, that works.
And what now?
And who says running isn't a valid tactic? Oh boy, just made that worse for him.
Too easy! Yeah! Ow! Hey! Huh?
Oh boy, he needs to leave.
They're hitting me pretty hard. I need help over here, quickly.
Another one bites the dust.
And he is really fast. Holy Jesus.
I didn't hit you very hard.
Others will take my place.
Oh, there is a save mechanic. I just haven't found it yet. Okay, good.
Yes?
Alright.
And what now?
Let's see if I can group us together.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Huh? They're hitting me pretty hard! I need help over here, quickly! It can't end like this!
I just killed him. Oh god. Heaven's sake. Okay. Gotta remember friendly fire's a thing. Friendly fire is certainly a thing.
Huh?
What is it? What is it? Who's next? Yeah! Oh, he didn't hit you very hard.
Okay.
Pow!
He needs to get out of the fight
Bites
for a
the
bit.
dust. Yeah! Too easy. Yeah! I am Boanda. Give me a hand. Pow! Another one bites the dust. What is it? Too easy.
He now needs to get out of there for a bit.
I didn't hit you very hard. Pow! Another one bites the dust.
They're hitting me pretty hard! I need help over here, quickly!
Yeah.
I didn't hit you very hard.
Yes?
Let me through, Mr. Orcs.
I just need a little rest. Too easy.
Okay, so he can die, but I can't. Okay. Good to know.
Another one bites the dust. Too easy.
Let me pause for a
What is
sec.
it?
So I can use his shout ability.
Pow! Another one bites the
Maybe I
dust.
can back up.
Yeah. Too easy.
I can't do that yet!
Okay. Just run around for a sec. That was bad on my part.
Yes?
Okay.
I didn't hit you very hard. Yeah. Another one bites the dust.
Should be able to handle
Yes.
one melee orc for a sec.
Huh?
Yeah. Huh?
Yes?
What is it? Yeah.
Another one bites the dust again.
There we go. Just required a bit of running.
Oink oink. That's all. No more orcs.
Well fought, young friend. Do you happen to be tongued ill?
Well fought, but he fought like a
Farrier?
Boindale, what do you expect? He grew up amongst the humans.
Who are you, and how do you know my name?
My name is Boindale Hookhand, of the clan of the Swinging Axes. This is my brother, Boindale Doubleblade. We've been sent to find you.
Call me Ironheart. Are there any more piggy snouts around here?
There was a meeting last night. The Elfar serve a certain Nod-On who calls himself Lord of the Perish Land. They have enlisted 3 orc hordes to cause unrest in the south.
Did you hear that, Boindale? Piggy snouts!
The Elfar from Son Balzur and the Orcs from Taboribor are working together?
And could ally with the Orcs from the Perish Land.
The twins look at you solemnly. You all know what that would mean for the people of Girdlegard.
You turned up at just the right moment. But are you sure it's me you're looking for?
The High King Gundrabor sent us to fetch you and bring you to Ogre's death in the Secondling realm in the south.
So he received the letter from my master? And am I a Secondling?
Well, something like that, I guess.
We've got to...
Yeah, I know what you're gonna say. But it's our duty to get you to the Ogre's Death Fortress in one piece.
I thought the duty of dwarves was to protect the innocent in Girdlegard.
Lot Yonan and King Brawron will take care of the orcs. We 3 must be careful. You're not exactly a warrior.
Touche.
But he has broad shoulders and broad hands. There's hope for him yet. So when you've got the chance to split a few orc skulls, you should take it.
I would be happy to follow you into the realm of the Secondlings. In truth, there is nothing I would rather do. But first, I must travel to Blacksaddle and return some things to a former famulus of Lot Yonan.
Blacksaddle isn't exactly on our way.
It's on my way. We can head south as soon as I've carried out Lot Yonan's orders.
Well, he's certainly got the stubbornness of a dwarf. Perhaps we'll be able to make a real dwarf of him on the way.
All right, we'll accompany you. The sooner we find that famulus, the quicker we can get back to the mountains.
I'll have to send Lot Yonan a message by carrier pigeon on the way. And if we happen to stumble upon a couple of orcs...
I like you, but we'll have to find you another name. Bolafar. It's about as good as Lipsmith, Paddletosh, or Blufflegrump. It is stupid, senseless, and definitely not a name of honor. What are you good at?
I'm good at reading.
Reading? You're a scholar?
Pretty much. But that did put me to level 2, so that's good. Okay. Oh, no, okay. I thought I crashed for a minute there. Sweeps enemies off their feet. A lethal attack, knocking them aside. Charge, leap. Damage boost. Defense boost, which could be useful. Battle rush. Leader's will. These are all only 3-second buffs. What to do? I guess in the long and short of it, I guess... Oh, that's miles ahead. Okay. Sweep or cleave, because apparently that's what I have to do. That's fine. I'm pretty sure that a sweep can lead to an execute, so let's go that way. $28 days worth of provisions, 350 gold, and a talisman of healing. Okay. What's the 9?
You and the twins approach Goodwater. A huge army of orcs has surrounded the village on 3 sides. You see smoke and fire and hear the battle cries. The village is holding out, but for how long?
Alright, what I do need to do real quick before I do this battle is I need a quick break for 30 seconds. Maybe I should have taken that fight earlier.
Oh, now it's getting exciting! Archers in front of them, 3 dwarves behind. I wouldn't like to be in their shoes.
Let me just pause for 1 second. Alright. I will be back in 1 second. Okay, let's see what I can do about this attack on the Goodwater. This is a terrible idea. Let's get ourselves bound up in here.
I didn't hit you very hard.
Can I not access my inventory?
And what now? Yes?
Hitting me pretty hard. I need help over here, quickly.
Damn it! How many more of them are there?
Do you need to get into this?
Wasn't expecting this.
Just need to get a bit of health regen before I can continue. This is the character I have to keep alive.
Please wait a moment.
Too bad I can't revive those two. Be nice. Let me retreat.
Did you see that, men? Now they are warriors. Hey, you down there. I'll send you some reinforcements. Let's stick it to those runts.
Just stay up on your walls and provide artillery.
All right then, stay close to us.
I'll stay close to you. Because now I'm getting pounded. Oh boy. Can I get out of this way? Yeah. Cool. Need to zoom in so I know what I'm doing.
I can't do that yet.
Okay. Let me get out of the way. Smack him on my way. And get behind the humans.
And again.
Stay behind the humans, do one at a time.
Please wait a moment.
The problem with being back here is I've locked myself into a bit of a...
I can't do that yet.
Come on, when you can. Thank you.
Please wait a moment. I need help over here, quickly.
Yep. I also need to get out of the...
I can't do that yet. And again.
Let me through, Miss
Others will
Orcs.
take my place.
God dang it. A lot of loading screens and a lot of failure, but That's what happens when you play on medium, I guess, rather than easy or something for your first playthrough. Let me give that to him, and that to him. Apparently he can't equip anything. But that's fine. Can I? Okay. Okay.
What is it? Huh?
Yes? They're hitting me pretty hard!
Oh boy, he's on fire.
Give me a hand! Oh, he didn't hit you very hard! Hey! Yeah! Too easy! How many more of them are there, eh? What is it? Who's next? And what now?
Okay, time to run around a bit.
Put up a fight. I just need a little rest.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just let the archers do their work. I'm glad there isn't a health bar on the keep. That would be terrible.
Wild creature.
Please wait a moment. Kill. All right then. Stay close to us.
I'm just gonna let them do their thing whilst I run away from that horde. Let me out, let me out, let me out.
I can't do that yet. I need help over here, quickly.
Yes, you do. Get me out. Button malfunction. Human error. Run, short legs, run! Load them into the fire, that would be great. Okay, don't know what happened there. Just keep letting the archers do their work. Humans are doing good things over there. Archers are doing good.
Wait a moment.
Don't have the energy. Now I do. Missed it. Cool. And I walked into fire. Not exactly the most poetic strategy, but I'm alive. Let's just take some damage here.
I can't do that yet. They're hitting me pretty hard.
Yep. Time to GTFO.
The Orcs' fighting spirit lessens with every fallen comrade. After Kragnar's death, they finally attempt to flee the battlefield. Very few escape the mercenaries' arrows.
Good stuff. Healing potion.
The leader of the mercenaries approaches you, surrounded by his soldiers. His expression is one of recognition, caution, perhaps even awe.
The loading screen hasn't even finished yet and you're giving me bloody text? Give it a second.
You're the groundling, dwarf, who reinforced our gate a couple of days ago. It served us very well, just as your axes have.
A young mercenary runs towards you. He has something in his hands that he clearly wants to get rid of quickly.
Commander, we found this on their leader. It feels strange.
The commander looks at the amulet in the man's hand and makes no suggestion that he plans to touch it himself. You take your opportunity.
May I?
You take the amulet and can feel a tingling on your skin. It is clearly magical.
Keep it, as a sign of our gratitude.
The commander bids you farewell with a short nod and moves away. It would seem he thinks he's made a good deal.
I also need to get back to the homestead.
The farmstead has been plundered, ravaged, and part set on fire. But not all of the buildings are destroyed. You call out for any survivors, but there is no answer. You remember how you advised the farmer to build a hideaway. From the way things look now, you sincerely hope that he took your advice to heart. You split up and search for signs of life in the burned-out ruins of the farmstead. You take on the main building. You don't find anything, apart from a charred doll. And the twins have no luck either.
Hello? Is anyone still alive? Give us a sign.
The eerie silence that cloaks the ruins remains unbroken. The twins try to persuade you that you've tried everything, and with a heavy heart, you turn to go.
Quick, it's coming from over there.
You free a trapdoor on the floor of the barn from the rubble of a fallen wall. You open the trapdoor, and 4 dust-covered faces blink at you.
Thank Palandio, and thank you, Mr. Dwarf. Without you...
Remsa shakes her head, rather than finishing the sentence. The joy of being rescued transforms into despondency when Apatia and Remsa see the destruction all around them. They have lost everything.
We should try to reach my sister's farm.
Before you go, take some of our provisions for the journey and take this gold to get yourselves back on your feet.
While Apatia considers How, as a proud farmer, to politely decline the offer, Remsa reaches for the bag with the food and coins in it and nods her appreciation. She knows that this isn't the time for misplaced politeness.
Hell
the
no.
family says goodbye with much thanks. You believe that your gift will at least give them the chance of a new beginning. As you near Calmstead, you see that the surrounding fields are in flames. The sound of fighting reaches your ears. You hear the screams of the villagers and the roar of the orcs.
I don't think I came to Calmstead. I think I went around it to the farm. So I hadn't actually been here to do anything for this place. Which is kind of on me. And I've kind of just been ploughing one battle into another, so I need to find some way to haul up for a minute. Five injuries, 3 injuries. I'm gonna take that. I'm assuming it's a one-use item, but...
Help! Let us out!
There are still people in the houses!
Let's get them out of there, and quickly.
Huh? Yes?
Yes?
Yeah! What is it? What is it?
Got it.
I didn't hit you very hard! He hardly put up a fight! Who's next? Too easy!
Huh?
Yeah!
Kill!
Fire.
Another one bites the dust! And again! I didn't hit you very hard! Too easy!
Out of the way, Orc.
Yes?
the dust! What is it? I am Bonda! Give me a hand!
There's another one.
I didn't hit you very hard!
Yes? Please wait a moment.
Ow! Hey! I need help over here! Quickly, give me a hand! He hardly put up a fight, yes? What is it? Too easy!
I'm running this from a disc, so that might explain some of the lag.
I didn't hit you very hard!
I need help over here! Quickly! They're hitting me pretty hard!
Just gonna send this guy for a run. Despite the orcs in his way.
Ow! Another one bites the dust!
Comes that way. Apparently this is a two-parter building.
Yeah! Yes?
Apparently that one didn't get opened.
Vile creature!
Huh?
Too easy! Huh?
Ah, sugar puffs. Okay.
Huh?
I was done! All right. Of course! What is it? Too easy! What is it? And again.
Let me get him over here next.
Huh? Yes?
Kill! Yes?
Nope. Look at that.
Huh? Pow! I'm with you. Another one bites the dust. I didn't hit you very hard. Yeah.
Okay. Abilities do work on that. Okay. Good to know.
Too easy. very hard! Alright, yes! Yeah!
I didn't realise abilities worked, otherwise I would be using it soon.
Yes!
Yes? And what now? He hardly put up a fight, huh?
Yeah! Vile creature!
Alright, next home is right here.
Yeah! Huh?
Yes?
Too easy! Ow! Hey! I didn't hit you very
There.
hard!
Got one there. There's one here.
Yeah! Pow! Another one bites the dust. What is it? Vile creature!
I think I saved enough. I did. Cool. Probably made infinitely harder due to the fact I never actually went there in the first place.
As soon as the last orc is killed, you and the twins free the remaining villagers.
It would seem the stories are true. Dwarves really are the best orc killers. We don't have much that we can offer you. Maybe we can rustle up some food.
I'm sorry, but we can't accept this.
We can't let you leave empty-handed. If you won't accept anything else, then at least allow us to prepare a feast for you this evening.
Your protests fall on deaf ears. The food is simple but hearty farmer's fare. The beer strong by human standards. And there's also dancing. You only really stayed on out of politeness. But you and the twins end up emptying tankard after tankard. The next morning, you set off again in good spirits and with full stomachs.
Good stuff. Healing pot and some string, some metals.
You see a light through the trees some way from the path. It inevitably brings to mind your encounter with the woodcutters. You tell the dwarves about your encounter with the woodcutters and how you intimidated them.
Ha! Very dwarf-like, but I think we'll have to teach them a lesson anyway. Humans are not our enemies, Boindel.
You must confess that you'd have liked to have taught the woodcutters a lesson, but Boindel is right.
Beating up humans is not our mission.
But
a harsh glance from you and Boindel silences Boindil. You continue on your way with a furious Boindil trailing behind.
He's just looking for a scrap. Alright.
Several wagons full of building materials pass you by on the way to Goodwater. The village's fortifications still show evidence of the orcs' attack, but they are making good progress with the repair work.
there they are, the dwarves, Goodwater's saviours. Come in. There's always a warm meal and a welcoming bed for you here. I could get used to this.
Don't, we're leaving.
By the evening campfire, Boindil rummages around in his rucksack and pulls out a cheese wrapped in a cloth. He sticks a fist-sized piece on a spit and grills it on the fire.
Ah, there's nothing better than grilled cheese at the end of a long day.
The smell it gives off makes you hold your breath.
Oh, it smells like my socks after weeks of marching in my boots.
Oh, picky, are you? Hardly surprising, considering you were brought up by humans. It's ruined your taste.
Boindil holds the stinky cheese at the end of the stick under your nose.
Eat, and stop complaining.
You pull the warm piece of cheese from the stick. It tastes dreadful. Your fingers will smell of it for the next few days, and probably your mouth will too.
All right. Where are the orc hordes currently? Can't see them. Kind of crappy.
Axeldale is shrouded in an eerie silence as you approach. There's not a single fishing boat on the river, and many of the houses are now just burnt-out ruins.
The big-nosed beasts have made a grim job of it. Seems they don't like fish.
Boendal gives his brother a reproachful look. There are dead bodies everywhere, but it seems to you that there should be more of them. For a brief moment, you hoped that the villagers had fled. But then you realize that the orcs were probably hungry after their victory, and your stomach turns. Boendal lays a hand on your shoulder.
Let's go. There's nothing more we can do for these people. But maybe there are others we can help.
Well...
Clute Meadow is recovering from a recent battle. Green-skinned corpses are being incinerated on dozens of pyres. Some of the buildings were damaged, but repair work is already in full swing. You hear some villagers talking about the attack. It would seem that King Tilligorn's cavalry had protected the settlement and destroyed the army of orcs. But the cavalry have already returned to the capital, Talborough.
Why is it showing me a 15? Let's head to Talborough, just to have a look.
You near Talborough, the capital city of Iderslane, which nestles in a valley on the edge of the Misty Vale. In the city you hear that King Tilligorn and his cavalry have returned. You head to the parade grounds, where you see a broad-shouldered man, about 40 years old, inspecting a group of soldiers.
You are King Tilligorn, Lord of Iderslane, aren't you? I have seen your portrait in books.
The tall man sounds you out, not unfriendly, but vigilant.
You are correct, my friend. This is the first time I have met an educated dwarf.
And it's the first time that I've met a king.
You reply, quick-wittedly, yet truthful. The king cannot help himself but smile.
You are clever and good with words. A sharp tongue is sometimes more valuable than a sharp axe in this world, and more dangerous.
We were in Goodwater. The orcs were already there, but we were able to defeat them.
The king sighs with relief, and it seems as though a heavy burden has fallen from his shoulders.
Thank Palandir. We would never have made it on time. We rode for 4 days and 4 nights to get thus far. I didn't want to stop, but the horses needed rest, and we had to take the wounded to the capital after the orcs' onslaught.
Tilligorn takes a deep breath in, then breathes out calmly.
The good news is certainly welcome. Axeldale has fallen, but Clute Meadow and Goodwater are saved. Thank you very much, my friends. We have renewed grounds for hope.
I'm running out of supplies quickly. This is... Oh boy, I don't have any supplies left. That cost me 3 days.
A colourful trader's wagon drawn by 2 stocky horses is coming towards you. A small man is sitting on the box seat, and as soon as he sees you, the wagon slows down. As it draws to a stop next to you, you realise that the driver isn't human. He's a dwarf.
Greetings, my friends. All too rarely does one meet wayfaring dwarves around here. You can call me Mort.
Greetings, Mort. I am Tungdil. This is Boindil and Boendal.
You are happy to meet another dwarf, and such a friendly and eloquent one at that.
Wayfaring dwarves may not be common, but a travelling dwarf trader? Now that really is weird.
Then you see what great luck it is that we've met like this. Come, have a look at my wares. I'm sure you'll find something to make a dwarf's life a little sweeter. I'll make you a good price.
Let me get straight down to business first. And I will... Yeah. I'll take everything of that. Oh, deals a bit more damage. Receives a bit less damage. Okay. I was confused to the... what was going on there. I'll take the pot as well. He only has one.
Where are you heading?
To Clintel, a small village where I can expect to do very little business. But the people there are nice and kind. I've known some of them since they were smaller than me. Isn't it astounding how much they managed to achieve in such short lives?
After glancing at Boindil's grave expression, Mort continues unfazed.
I can say in all certainty that there's not the same ambition to make a difference and change things in our halls.
That is because there is no reason to change things if you do them right first time. We dwarves think first before acting.
As it is Boindil of all people making such a claim, you're sure it must be a joke. But your friend continues to eye the trader with a serious and distrustful look.
I grew up with Magus Lot Yonan in Yonendar. I would have given anything to meet someone like you.
I rarely leave this area. People know me here, so the abuse isn't too bad.
Mort shrugs his shoulders, as if it were no big deal. When he sees the concerned look on your face, he adds,
I don't blame them. It's our fault too. We turned our backs on other races. People fear what they don't know.
Mort, I hope you don't mind me asking, but which kingdom are you from?
The dwarf's clothes seem more like those of humans, and he isn't bearing any coat of arms.
My kingdom? Is that important? I'm my own kingdom. I go where I please and enjoy the fresh air and the sun on me skin.
At your side, Boindil is tensing his muscles, and you think you see from the corner of your eye his hands moving a little nearer to the handle of his axes.
Is your kingdom important?
You two must be secondlings, right? I can tell by your armor. But you...
He looks you over for a while.
You're not a secondling, are you?
As you yourself don't know for sure which kingdom you belong to, you give no answer and just shrug your shoulders. Mort throws you a knowing glance and nods slowly.
We must press on. It was a pleasure meeting you, Mort.
Mort smiles.
The feeling is mutual, Tungdil. Vracas be with you.
Mort spurs the horses on, and the colourful wagon jolts into motion.
You shouldn't be so trusting.
The wagon is no more than a few yards away when Boindil looks at you reproachfully.
A dwarf who lives alone among humans for years on end and disowns his kingdom? Don't you know what that means?
He's an outcast, Tungdil. His kingdom and his clan have banished him. It's a severe punishment, only dealt out for serious offenses.
The twins enter into a long discussion about what crime the trader may have committed, and go on to teach you the basics of dwarven law. As dramatic as their accounts may be, you didn't have the impression that Mort was a criminal, nor that he suffered particularly from his exile.
Alright, let's move down into this. Keep down here. Where is this? It's a tavern, apparently.
You arrive at a crossroads with a tavern on the corner. A warm light is emanating from its window, lighting up the road around it. A stone sculpture of a sheep stands in front of the door, and above it a sign, swaying gently in the breeze, reads, "The Stone Sheep." You enter the tavern with a determined stride, and are greeted by a thick wall of pipe smoke. The dozen or so drinkers at the tables turn towards you, then give each other astonished and slightly worried looks.
Alright.
In the tavern, there are half a dozen people sitting at the tables, and just as many at the bar, clearly farmers and labourers from the surrounding villages. Boindil pays no attention to the other guests and trudges over to a table. Together with his brother, you follow him and sit down. The landlord comes out from behind the bar.
What can I get you?
You hear surly muttering from one of the tables.
What are groundlings doing showing their faces here, now of all times?
You stand up and turn to the room.
This round's on me.
The faces of the guests and the landlord brighten up immediately. The landlord gets to work pulling everyone a beer and handing out the tankards. Some of the guests say cheers to you as they get their drinks.
There we are. I will most certainly take your food. You never go wrong with getting food.
Did two travellers pass this way? One was a famulus, the other a mercenary.
The landlord shakes his head indifferently and mumbles something incoherently. One of the guests is about to say something, but shuts up when the person next to him gives him a poke.
Come on now, tell us what happened. We're all friends here.
The man who was going to speak the first time round looks over to his neighbour, who nods.
Two travellers spent the night here. One had a robe on, the other was a mercenary. The next day they left, all in a hurry. Said they'd been attacked by an elf.
One of the other drinkers finds his voice too.
There was a hell of a lot of noise that night. As if there'd been a dust-up.
You left some gold here for the trouble. I thought they meant the noise, but then I noticed the broken window.
The landlord sighs.
Please, don't tell anyone else about this. Who would want to spend a night in a tavern where an elf has been sighted?
You turn to the guest who'd muttered something about groundlings.
And why is it so strange that we're here?
The man glances up briefly, and then stares drunkenly at his tankard, and mutters with a slur,
"Don't play the innocent. The orcs are terrorizing our lands. And whose fault is it? You let them in."
I was not at the stone gateway, and I don't know what happened. But you can be sure of one thing. Dwarves would never cooperate with orcs. We kill them no sooner than we say them, or my name isn't Boindle Doubleblade.
The drunkard and his neighbour are given a start. They mumble an apology and turn their attention to the beer in front of them.
How to shut
We're
up
tired
drunks.
and long for a proper bed.
Of course, gentlemen.
You spend a restful night in the tavern and then head off on your way again.
Alrighty. Hold up. Have I been selling our provisions or buying provisions? I was sure I was buying.
There are dead orcs lying in the defensive trenches and strewn over the meadows in front of the city. Some of the locals are busy throwing the bodies on pyres, while others repair the minor damage done to the city wall. You enter the city and the garrison at its centre without being spoken to. It is only when you reach a heavy oak door that leads, you assume, to the commanding officer's headquarters, that you are halted by a guard.
Dwarves, eh? Seems we aren't to be spared anything these days. What do you want?
It looks like you've got an orc problem.
Had. Our scouts detected the army early on, and we were able to repel them without any great losses. A small army of orcs like that couldn't breach our mighty walls.
Your mighty walls look like they're about to collapse under their own weight!
The soldier isn't intimidated by Boindle. He juts his chin out confidently.
At least they stopped the orcs, unlike your dwarven walls in the north.
I didn't know that Steepleton was so big. Impressive place.
We have fertile meadows. That's what we have to thank for the city's growth in recent years. At the time of my grandparents, Steepleton was nothing more than the tower on a hill with a couple of houses. Now we have a market, a temple, and of course, there are royal messengers stationed in the tower, which doesn't do the city's coffers any harm at all.
You said you had messengers here. I'd like to send a carrier pigeon to Lot Yonan in Yonendar.
Lot Yonan in Yonendar. No problem. It will cost you 90 gold pieces.
90?
If the carrier pigeon delivers my message safely to Lot Yonan, then it's worth its weight in gold.
Then I'll send for a scribe. You can dictate your message and
thank you, but I can write it myself. Paper and ink will be sufficient.
The guard nods. You don't blame him for thinking you are illiterate. Very few ordinary folk can read or write. Once you've been given the writing implements, you write down a summary of what happened at the meeting of the Alf and the Orcs.
I must speak with your commander.
Commander Valor doesn't have time. He's still very busy dealing with the aftermath of the Orc attack.
Commander Valor is dealing with the Orc problem, and I have important information concerning it. I witnessed a meeting of the Orc Lords.
The guard eyes you with interest and tries to judge whether you can be trusted. Finally, he stands up, opens a door, and enters the room ahead of you. The commander looks up from his work. The guard repeats what you told him.
Your information about the orcs could be useful. We have fought them back, but not yet defeated them. Come in.
The commander listens attentively, and now and then asks questions, as you tell him about the 3 orc armies and the meeting of the chieftains with the Alv Sintharas.
This sounds very grave. I will send out messengers. We must be prepared.
We were unable to stop the horde of orcs. They destroyed the village of Scalebrook and then scattered to the four winds.
The commander's serious and weary expression darkens even more.
I see. I thank you for trying.
The orc army that attacked you was able to escape.
What was left of it, they headed south. Unfortunately, I can't send anyone after them until the damage to the wall is repaired.
To the south? Towards Scalebrook, perhaps. We defeated an army of orcs down there. It wasn't an easy fight, but they'd already taken a bit of a beating. By Steepleton's soldiers, I assume.
The commander looks at you and seems torn for a moment. Then he pulls himself together.
Perhaps you didn't know, but the administration had a bounty on the heads of that horde of orcs. Here, this gold is well deserved.
We must press on. Farewell, Commander Valor.
Kill as many orcs as you can, dwarves. Palandir will be with you.
So will Vrakas.
You see a camp with a wagon and two people on the edge of the path. Behind them, Black Saddle towers up above a thick, dark forest, about a half a day's journey away. You don't want to give them a shock, so you address them while you're still a distance away.
Hello, friends. Is there any space by your fire?
The two traders look up and visibly jump when they see you three dwarves.
Ah, hello. Yes, of course.
It doesn't escape your attention that you seem to be causing the traders some uneasiness, but you take up their offer and sit down. The twins follow your example.
We're only travellers. We're looking for someone who's said to live on Black Saddle. A hermit.
Someone who lives here?
The traders exchange amazed looks.
If they live here, they must be mad.
Normally we wouldn't stop and rest here, but the horses are too exhausted. Our departure from Parista was delayed, and we must have driven them too hard.
Why does Black Saddle make you feel uneasy? It doesn't look particularly inviting, but it's only a mountain.
Only a mountain? You don't know the legend?
The trader looks at you and the twins for affirmation, but you all shake your heads.
Black Saddle was once known as Cloudpiercer, and it towered up into the heavens, the upper slopes of pure gold and the summit covered in snow. The humans wanted to attain this wealth, but the smooth slopes and the dazzling summit made the climb impossible. They called on the dwarves to help them. They were able to tunnel up through Cloudpiercer to the top. They hollowed it out and carried away the gold. The humans demanded that the treasure be shared, but the dwarves refused, and as they argued, the mountain began to tremble. There were too many holes inside for it to hold together. It collapsed and buried both greedy parties underneath it. The mountain lost its tremendous size and its beauty, and ever since has haunted both humans and dwarves with its erosive hatred, causing even the rocks to turn black over time.
Never heard of it. Sounds like human tittle-tattle. Dwarves would never hollow out a mountain so much that it collapses.
You come from Parista. How are things there?
No news to speak of, I'd say. Well, except for Nudin the Knowledge Lusty.
You know Nudin the Knowledge Lusty. Lot Yonan introduced him to you many years ago during a visit.
What about him?
Oh, nothing really. Just rumors.
You nod at the trader to continue.
He's behaving strangely and disappears into his tower for days on end.
Merely looks ill, apparently. Well, that's what someone I know said. Perhaps he got a spell wrong.
And confirm.
Later in the night, after eating together and some friendly conversation by the campfire, you all decide to sleep, but you take the first watch. It's a night in which nothing happens, and the next morning the traders set off early. After breakfast, you also continue on your journey. After a march through the thick pine forest, Black Saddle, the sinister tabletop mountain, and your journey's destination rises up before you.
Well, looks like we're going to have some action, so to speak. Alrighty.
Are you sure that the Famulus lives here?
Yes, according to Lot-Yonan.
Although you try to put a lot of assurance into your voice, you too see no signs that anyone lives here.
No castle, no tunnel, no camp. There's nothing here but mountain.
Then we'll have to take a closer look.
You do that, scholar. We'll be waiting for you here.
You think about objecting, but it would just be a waste of breath.
Alright. All fair enough, you guys waiting here. I can't see a bleeding thing.
Even the dark, evergreen forest seems to be afraid of the Black Mountain.
Found anything? A hidden camp? A secret doorway? Gold?
No. Not yet.
Well, whatever it is knocked me on my butt. I don't like the skittering over there, and I don't like the growling over there. And the fact that I can't see a bleeding thing.
No trace of Goren here either. If he's close, then there must be some kind of cave somewhere in the mountain.
Yeah, probably where that growling is.
I can only climb a little way here. There must be a better way. An old tree. Looks like it could fall down at any moment. There we go.
A dwarf who climbs trees. Well, I could have made the joke earlier, but you know.
Too steep. I can't get a grip anywhere. I should be able to get up here. Oh, phew. That was close.
Uh-huh.
I hope this is all worth it.
don't like that growling. But then I'm cautious. Kind of.
Here's a... No, forget it.
No, finish the joke.
There's something engraved on it.
You realize with surprise that they are runes in the Dwarven language.
Built with the blood of our enemies, be unyielding as the rock, and soak the land in their blood. Huh?
Do tell me the twins are gonna catch up. Swear to God.
Hello?
Yep. I feel you. Old dwarvish halls. You can tell by the architecture.
Master Garen! Lot Yonan sent me to bring some items back to you. My inquiries are almost at an end. That means I can finally go to be with my sunshine. I have never been to Greenglade, but I think I will like it there. I deposited my most valuable things in the grave of Horengarth before my departure and secured it with magic. The password is...
You recognize the following words as rune names, but they're written in the learned language, so you don't know which they are.
Greenglade. Oh, great.
Useful. An eternal flame. I know who taught him that.
Oh goody, I have a candle.
You see sketches and notes on the architectural features, statues and wall reliefs. It seems Garen spent a lot of time studying this place.
Maybe he's kind of a dwarf historian, or maybe he's just a treasure hunter.
Well, whichever way.
Hello? Is anyone there?
It looks as though Garen lived in the fortress for a while. It also seems that he left several lunar orbits ago.
Why can't they just say knights? They can't just say knights.
He's not stealing. It would just be a shame if the provisions went off.
Touche. Guess I'm lighting every bit of light I can find along the way.
Born of stone, forged in battle. Arise, reborn from the blood of the enemy.
You're not sure if you really want to know what was once in this basin. The whole place gives you the feeling that a decent dwarf shouldn't hang around too long.
Well, we're no regular dwarfs, so huff it.
A series of weapons that are all clearly of dwarven origin. The spider webs and rust suggest they have been here for quite a while. Maybe even centuries.
I don't think I should have done that.
Nerdlings, the fortress belongs to the dwarf haters. Norimber's dwarves are not only as unyielding as a mountain, they are also as destructive as an avalanche, and would batter into lesser kingdoms just as relentlessly. The four should find no salvation in Vrachas, only eternal damnation, so that they suffer indescribable torment between the worlds.
You have heard of the dwarf haters, but this is the first time you have read their hateful words. You feel sick and turn away.
Well, sugar puffs. I think it's time I left.
Sarcophagus. Perhaps I could open it. A rune. Clearly magical.
That's clearly the first one. The power of deduction. AKA, just keep going until you get it right. Nope. Okay. Come on now. For the record, I'm not moving the camera. It's moving its own.
Graves. Could be buried here.
Don't want to know.
Ah, that's it.
Yep. I'm glad there wasn't more than
Goren's
four.
most valuable belongings. Letters from his lover, a silk scarf that must have belonged to her, and a medallion.
Take the medallion. Thank you. Alright. No, GTFO. Penny to the pound says they're in a fight. Of some manner or description. Look at the rock face.
Definitely a rock face.
God damn it. Am I all the way down the bottom? Yes. Okay.
So, Scholar, what are the results of your inquiries?
There is an abandoned fortress in the mountain, and I think it belonged to the Thirdlings.
Boindill's eyes narrow.
The blasted dwarf killers!
A thirdling fortress, here, in the middle of Girdlegard? We must let High King Gundrabur know about this.
The fortress has been long abandoned by the looks of it. Anyway, I can't go to Ogre's death until I have completed my quest. Goren is in Greenglade.
Huh.
The High King. Why do you want to bring me to him?
All right then. It's about the choice of the new High King. Gandagar, the king of the Fourthlings, is with his entourage in Ogre's death and is supposed to ascend the throne.
But our acting High King Gundrabur wants to prevent that from happening. He fears that Gandagar wishes to instigate a war against the elves.
But what have I got to do with that?
Boindill is about to say something, but is silenced by a nudge in the side from his brother.
High King Gundrabur will explain everything when the time comes.
You look distrustfully from one twin to the other. Boindill has donned an innocent expression, and Boendal doesn't give you the impression that he has anything else to say on the matter.
What does this King Gandagar have against the elves?
Dwarves and elves just don't get along. Brachus and Satalia made us that way.
I know that, but going to war for just that, after all this time?
Well, there must be more behind it. They say that the king of the Fourthlings is full of hatred and is a hothead in this matter.
A thirdling fortress? Here, in the heart of Girdlegard? That's strange, isn't it?
And worrying. But they've always been wily. They move in the shadows and kill there too if they can. Do you know their story?
I've read about it. Lorenberg, their progenitor, rejected the name that Vrakas gave him, who in turn did not give him any special talent, so his kingdom studied war.
It helps them defending the East, but it also meant they ended up confronting the other kingdoms. No dwarf would ever even think of injuring one of his kind, never mind killing them. But the dwarf killers are proud of it. When they were even more powerful, they wanted to become the rulers of all dwarves. They are envious of our skills. They haven't been heard of for a long time, but you can be sure there isn't a single dwarf alive who doesn't hate them.
Whatever, your High King must wait. I have a quest to carry out in Greenglade.
But our quest is...
Boindill raises a placatory hand and throws his rucksack onto his back in preparation.
Let it be, dear brother. Look at him. He has made his decision, and you will not be able to change his stubborn dwarven mind.
You can't help but smile.
Well, dwarfs be dwarfs be dwarfs. What can you do? A lot of talking involved in this as well, which is why I'm mainly silent, so I don't ruin any of the context. So, where the heck is Greenglade? That's the merchant. I can't get down there yet anyway. Yeah. That must have been the merchants that I found here earlier. Oh, Greenglades up there. Okay. Bleeding heck. Might as well have a look at Skelbrook whilst we're here.
You walk through the ruins of Scalebrook. There are dead bodies everywhere. You can see the bodies of a middle-aged man and woman holding their children in their arms inside one of the larger houses. The parents had obviously tried to shield the children with their own bodies, but were unable to protect them from the orcs' clubs and swords.
Sometimes stories can be dark even for me. I'm going plowing through supplies really quickly.
While taking a rest, you see a cart trundling along the road not far away from you. A young couple are sitting on the box seat, clearly in love and more interested in each other than the rest of the world around them. The sight reminds you of a long, unanswered question.
So, I was wondering, what do female dwarves look like?
Pretty. Very pretty.
Uh-huh.
You were expecting a little more information.
Do they have beards?
No, I would say it's more like fluff. Oh, very attractive.
And what do they do? I mean, are they warriors too?
In our kingdom, most take care of domestic life. They take the animals down to the meadows in the valleys, make sure the larders are full and that there's plenty of good beer, and make our clothes.
It only ever causes problems when men and women stand shoulder to shoulder in battle.
Some of them are talented stonemasons and smiths, and beware of insulting their skills. They are no less proud than we are.
What's concerning me is the fact that I'm plowing through 3 food a day. Which is concerning. Saying that, whilst I think it's good to have a good supply, I do believe it's only for healing in between combat whilst you're travelling, so... To White Meadow. Apparently there's nothing here. See if I can cut that merchant off on the way.
You arrive at a small, bustling village. One thing is clearly missing from the lively scene. The sound of metal on metal from the village smithy that would normally be heard above everything else at this time of day. A dour, grim-looking man is sitting in front of the forge with his right arm in a sling. His expression brightens as he sees you, and he jumps to his feet.
Dear dwarves, could I interest you in helping me in my workshop for a day?
The man's expression is somewhere between desperation and hope. As you don't answer immediately, he continues.
You will, of course, be royally rewarded for your work. I can offer you 100 gold pieces.
What happened to your arm?
A stupid accident. A box of blanks fell down. I was trying to catch it. It will heal, fortunately, but I won't be able to wield my hammer for a while.
You must have quite a backlog of work.
You nod sympathetically. You always felt bad if you were ill or couldn't work in the forge for some reason or other.
Loads. But if what I hear about the metalworking skills of the dwarves is true, it will be easy for you to manage it in a day.
I'll help you. I worked in a forge for a while.
You modestly conceal that in this case, a while means almost a whole human lifetime. A little later, you are standing in the workshop, examining the smith's inferior tools, while he fires up the forge and prepares everything for the job, as well as he can, with just one good arm. You weren't able to persuade the twins to help you. As warriors, they'd rather go hunting, Boindil declared. But you think it's more probable that you'll find them drinking beer. But you don't care. You're excited about being able to smith again after such a long time. Hours later, you have forgotten everything around you. The heat of the forge, the sweat on your warm skin, the play of the flames. You're in your element, and work as if in a trance. The smith left the workshop ages ago, with a satisfied grin on his face.
Wait, I'm talking to you.
You look up in surprise. Everything but the beating of the hammer had ceased to exist, and you didn't notice that someone has come in.
Can you do it?
You immediately dislike the middle-aged man. He sounds you out so doggedly with his light grey eyes that it feels as though he wants to look right through you and into your deepest thoughts. The man points to 2 horses.
Those 2, in 1 hour.
With the forge hammer in your hand, you play dumb. You blink and look back and forth between the horses and the man.
What's the deal with the horses?
You expect the man to fly off the handle, but you feel even more uneasy when he asks you quietly and very slowly to please re-shoe the 2 horses.
These 2 need shoeing? No problem.
The man doesn't look convinced, but you get to work with confidence. 2 more armed men are standing next to the horses, sizing you up.
So, you're mercenaries, I take it?
You're only trying to engage in conversation, but the man looks at you incredulously, as if he didn't expect dwarves to be able to talk.
Something like that.
Got lots of work? Oh, do you know anything about the armies of orcs from the south?
We can't complain.
The man's tone makes it clear that the conversation has ended here. You carry out the work in silence. As the leader of the mercenaries pays you, you have the feeling that he is trying to transfix you with his eyes. The men leave the workshop without a word. The men join a larger group of horsemen, more than a dozen, outside the village. You stay hidden and listen.
Not here in the village. Go. Search the road between here and Clintal again.
The other mercenaries nod and the group rides off. You can't make head nor tail of what's going on here, but you don't like it. You tell the twins about your encounter, and they decide to be especially vigilant over the next days. You spend the night in the smith's house and move on the next morning.
I sense a fight coming. Where am I supposed to be heading for that? So, what? Oh, the one ambushed me here, between the roads. Okay. Is this a place I can check out? It is. Let me have a look. No? Alright. Bloody merchants.
The closer you get to Parista, the livelier the streets become. Many of the large buildings in the city are even taller than the high city wall. But one building towers above them all, the palace. Its dome gleams white in the sun. It is the seat of the Council of Magi, and its central tower, which juts high into the sky, serves as a waypoint for travelers as far as 50 miles away. You reach the Council's palace, but are stopped in front of its gates by a guard.
The Council of Magi is convened to take care of the parish land. They mustn't be disturbed.
The parish land? You mean the barrier? Is there something wrong with it?
The guard shrugs his shoulders.
Won't be anything the Council can't sort out.
Well, in the meantime, I have a job to do.
The hamlet of Sungird certainly lives up to its name. You arrive as the sun sets behind the tower of a Palandial temple, lighting up its stained glass. There's a shop in the village, and through the window, as well as some everyday objects and food, you also spy a shelf full of books. A small bell rings as you enter the shop. The twins look around, but seem rather disinterested, until they discover a couple of gemstones on display. On the wall to your left is the bookshelf you saw through the window. It's quite unusual for a village shop to sell books. You stroll towards the bookshelf and read some of the titles written on the spines of the books. You know many of the works from Lot Yonan's library.
Oh, by Vracus, look, dear brother! The scholar really is looking at books!
It's an interesting selection, Boindle. I could make some recommendations for you.
Boindle throws his arm around your shoulder and pulls you slowly away from the bookshelf.
What if someone sees you? Here, this is more our kind of thing.
You follow him reluctantly and are shown the selection of gemstones.
Dear. You have provisions, I will have them. Thank you very much. Because apparently I managed to use all of mine. Most of mine.
Boindle is walking next to you in silence. Now and then, he looks at you from the side.
And you really do like books?
Yeah, I'm curious. And you can find many answers in books.
Won't you have found all the answers at some point?
Quite the contrary. The more books you read, the more questions you ask.
Ah, I knew it. Oh, just a waste of time.
You approach the village and can tell even from far off that something isn't right. The smell of burnt wood and death is in the air.
Goody. Well, back to the fight, boys.
By Vracus.
The piggies have really shown those pointy ears. We couldn't have done it any better.
Stay alert. I want to find out what happened to Guren.
Which means they're gonna sit to one side and let me do the work. Again.
The hand that painted this picture was that of a master. It is composed exclusively in shades of red, but every single little detail is painstakingly and precisely reflected. Trees, the remains of buildings, bodies. You hesitate.
This picture portrays the village in its state of ruin.
Examining the canvas more closely, you realize that it is actually made of skin, and the red paint seems more than suspicious now.
Oh boy. Yeah, we'll have rid of that, thank you.
This is the most disgusting thing I have ever seen.
Well, nobody's getting crackling today, boys. Can't examine the houses. Those crows are going to do my head in. Guessing that was the main entryway.
Hoofprints burned into the ground.
Hellfire?
The fire in Boindle's eyes flares up with delight.
Huzzah! That would make a change from those stupid peggies. Did you hear that, brother? We might get to test our blades on Tion's pointy ears.
That must be the red marks. Kind of hard to discern from this angle.
Greenglade was one of the few places in Girdlegard where humans and elves lived together. You don't see any elven features among all the faces contorted with pain and fear. You look away.
I don't have a dwarf yet. Just to pause for a second. Okay, it was the right way. It just felt weird. I know some people play like that, but I'm not one of them. Must be on the other side. Oh no, it's right there. Wait.
You have read about the elves and their buildings. This here had always just been a small example of their architectural skill, which achieved perfection in Alandur. Now burning and ruined, the pavilion makes an even sadder impression.
Well... too bad about the camera angle. I'll say that for nothing.
The Magus had these books on him when he was attacked. Was he trying to bring them to safety?
Your eyes fall upon a sealed letter next to the books. The circumstances seem grave enough for you to break the seal.
Greetings, Turga. I am glad to hear that you finally wish to confide in Lot Yonan. I have found out something new about the demon. It's all written in these books. I think they are the key to his destruction, or I hope so, at least. Yours faithfully, Goren.
Oh,
what demon are they talking about?
You instinctively think about how the magical barrier is only a few days' march north of here. And beyond it, Varakas only knows what kind of creatures live in the Perish Land. The body of the man is riddled with arrows and is lying in a small patch of undamaged ground, while a sea of flames must have raged in a circle around him. The robes remind you of those of Lot Yonan's famuli. This, plus the fact that the man used magic, makes you quite sure that this is Goren.
Well, sugar puffs. Where's my exit? There we go. Alright, boys. I think it's time we can leave. Maybe. If I can ever find the exit. Apparently we're not leaving. And those crows are going to do my tree as in. Ooh.
The elf maiden's graceful snow-white face still radiates beauty, in terrible contrast to the rest of her appearance. From the neck down, she is nothing more than a blood-red, damp and glistening skeleton. There are long nails sticking through her thin bones, and where her beautiful eyes once were, are now gaping black holes. In your imagination, you see the Alfar Shadow Mare standing around the Lady of Greenglade, devouring her, while she, nailed to the tree, squirms and screams in pain. You quickly put your hand over your mouth.
Yeah, I would
You
help from that
destroyed
too.
my painting. Now I need fresh blood to paint a new one.
Oh
Huzzah!
no.
This will be fun. We finally get to fight.
I hope your blood doesn't clot too much. It has to be nice and fluid for my fine brushstrokes.
Ha! How do you plan to defeat us, pointy ears? There are 3 of us.
Only 3. That makes it easier.
She looks over the corpses.
Otharin Lueth Buanre.
Oh god, she's a necromancer.
What's happening?
That's the perished land.
Impossible. Greenglade is south of the barrier.
I know of nothing else that can resurrect the dead. Knock their heads off or they'll keep coming back.
Well... I have a lot of words, but not many of them I can actually speak on a stream. I'll leave it to your imaginations. Boy, oh boy, oh boy. How to work this one. Okay. Oh, bleeding now.
Yes? What is it? Yes, soon! I'm not that quick!
Get on with it then.
Hit you very hard! He only put up a fight! Ow! Another one bites the dust! And what now?
I'll be ready soon!
Huh?
Kill!
Use the bleeding...
Huh? What
God.
is it? Don't rush
Dang
me!
it.
What is it?
I didn't hit you very hard!
Yes, soon!
Heavens, blazes.
Vile creature!
Kill! Huh?
Okay, I don't know how, but alright. Holy God. Why weren't they using the items like I told them to? Strange. Strange. Now I'm aware I can take this more tactfully and keep pausing and so on and so forth, which I may have to do here. But I also like to just play the game. Too bad there's not a script system like Dragon Age.
What is it? And what now?
Huh? On my way.
Huh? What is it?
Yes?
Yes? And what now?
Okay, I lost control of him. That's fine.
Put up a fire!
I think it was friendly fire. Alright.
Bites the dust! Huh? And what now?
Huh?
Too easy! Yes? I'll be ready soon! And again! What is it?
Apparently he didn't want to go down easy.
Another one bites the dust.
Can I just have him retreat for a bit?
Very hard. Put up a funny help over here.
Yes.
Oh boy.
How many more of them are there?
He's solo with the horse.
More of them are there?
That's both good and bad.
I can't do that yet. Please wait a moment.
Try and get him out for a minute.
Yes? What is it?
Huh?
Okay. Managed to get him out, so they're fine.
Kill. I have bow and dart. And again. I have bow and dart. Give me a hand. And what now? Ow! Hey! I have bow and dart. Give me a hand.
Yes?
Yes! He hardly put up a fight. Who's next?
Okay. Now that he's more or less healed up, let's see if I can deal with some of these.
Kill.
Now that there's not so much attacking them.
Oh, Boydell. Where is Boydell?
Oh boy, I might have to turn down the difficulty for this one. Boy, oh boy, oh boy. This is not an easy fight because I can't lose any of them, which was a tactic I used before. Alright, I might have to split the party. Which, as anyone who's played D&D knows, is a terrible idea. Don't do it. Whilst this is loading, I'm gonna hop away for a sec. Alright. Thinking about it, splitting the party is a terrible idea, because these two the two main bosses can teleport. Thus, it might have seemed like a good idea. It's a terrible idea in actuality. I wish there was more opportunities for me to level up before I got into this fight, but balls deep.
I can't do that yet. He hardly put up a fight. Of course, yes. And what now?
Yes, I've lost control of him.
Vile creature. Ow! Another one bites the dust. I didn't hit you very hard. Huh? What is it? Another one bites the dust. Vile creature. Too easy. Kill. Ow! Another one bites the dust. I need help over here. Quick, what now?
Yes?
That's probably easier to get him out this way. Holy Jesus. Okay. Let's see if I can get him out of the way for a minute.
I didn't hit you very hard. Too easy. What is it? I'm not that Reindeer! What could do with your axes over here? And what now? On my way! As good as done! Yes, yes! Kill! Yeah! Oh, with you!
Please wait a moment.
What is it? What is it?
Yes?
Yes? Vile creature. And what now? And again. He hardly put up a fight.
Let me try and get over here and kill this one.
Creature. Damn it! How many more? They're hitting me pretty hard. On my way. As good as done. On my way.
This is a terrible idea, for the record.
Another one bites the dust. Yeah! He hardly put up a fight. Vile creature. What is it? Don't rush me. Huh? Huh? Ow! Hey! I need help over here, quickly. Yeah! They're hitting me pretty hard. I can't do that yet.
Damn.
Yes.
I need you in front, bud.
I am Bowendahl. Give me a hand. Too easy.
Alright, down goes the horse. Now the rest of this fight should be easy, now that I've got rid of the trash. Most of the trash.
As good as done.
Come here, bitch.
Yeah! Another one bites the dust. All right.
Okay, now that they're dead.
Yeah! What is it?
Yes?
On my
Get over
way.
here. Sit down. Oh, Christ, she's alive.
Dwarves, you protected the glade.
That's a skeletal hand on my shoulder,
The
isn't it?
perished land. The barrier has fallen.
You can feel your stomach cramping. Unlike Boindale, you can't say a word.
The damn Magi only had one job!
So this is what it is like to rise from the dead. I feel nothing. I am left with nothing. My love, my beauty, my home, and my forest. Everything has been taken from me. I beg you, have mercy, and put an end to my suffering.
Without even being able to look into her eyes, you recognize the sadness in the elf maiden's expression. The dignity that she must once have radiated can only be imagined in her current state.
Garen was here, and I've heard that you elves have special abilities in battle. Did the Alfar take you by surprise in your sleep?
I felt her presence, but when I confronted the elf, she had already killed the first of us and resurrected the perished land. It fills humans and dwarves with a hatred for life. It turns you into beasts. They charge through the village like a fury, and everyone that they killed became one of theirs.
If the perished land spreads further south, then Nodon won't need any orcs, ogres, or Alfar. One human losing their life in the perished land would be enough for the madness to sweep through the land like the plague.
Your stomach turns, but you know that it's right.
Yeah.
You've never seen the twins looking so serious. They would pit themselves against any army of orcs, but this is something beyond their power, and yours.
We need the Magi. They must rebuild the barrier. We must go to Lot-Yonan before the perished land spreads further. He will know what is to be done.
Neither of your companions objects.
I can't believe it. The barrier has fallen. How could that happen?
Who can tell? Anything could go wrong with all that hocus-pocus.
It has held back the perished land since the fall of the Fifthlings. Reinforcing the barrier whenever it loses power is the primary duty of the Great Magi. I can't imagine how Nodon or anyone else could have broken through it.
You think of the demons mentioned in Garen's letter. You wonder whether it could be possible that a demon from the outer lands might possess powers so great that even the 6 Magi weren't ready for it.
Yeah, that's a lot of experience. Do I want a charge or a leap? Personally, I'm thinking the leap. Trying to think. The sweep has done me magnificently. Especially in that fight. I only ever used sweep in that fight and it was beautiful. I think I'll go for the leap. It's not something that can be blocked, so it's also a good thing. Lots of provisions, handful of gold, and a quote-unquote valuable gem, so, or pearl, rather. Might be useful as a quest item later. I know how these games can be. Alright. Now I need to go back to the Magi in the main city down this way.
Every evening since you left Greenglade, you have looked at Goren's books and tried to prize out the knowledge that they hold. But now, you must admit to yourself that you can't decipher them. They are written in the learned language for High Magi, and Lot Yonan didn't teach you that. However, you're sure that the books are important. Why else would Goren want them sent to Turga the Fair-Faced? You put them away with a sigh, and your eyes remain on the bag that Lot Yonan gave you. Did Goren ask Lot Yonan to return the magical artifacts in the pouch? You pick up the pouch and look at it.
Lot Yonan forbade me from opening the pouch.
The hamlet of Sungird certainly lives up to its name. You arrive as the sun. There's a shop in the village. A small bed.
Yeah, it hasn't resupplied yet. Did I only get a... I only had a small portion of healing, didn't I? Unless I finally used it all. Well, buy the new one.
Just like previous nights, you are haunted by the image of the elf maiden nailed to the tree in Greenglade. You wake from your sleep and look around you. The night is unusually dark. Despite your good dwarven eyes, you can only make out Boendal's outline, even though he's keeping watch only a few steps away. You're about to lie down again, but suddenly feel something cold against your throat. Next to you, the pale face of an elf slides into view.
Good evening. I'm afraid we missed each other in Greenglade, so my companion had to receive you on her own.
Well, shite.
You want to speak, but the blade is pressed against your larynx, and you can only manage a wheeze.
Shush. You don't need to talk. I'm not going to kill you. Not yet. Do you know what I'm going to do instead?
You feverishly search for an answer, but you can't even imagine how an Alfar thinks.
I will kill everyone who means anything to you. I will destroy your life, and you will sink into hopelessness, groundling. Your downfall is called Synthoras.
You tense your muscles, readying to defend yourself, but suddenly realize that the blade against your throat has disappeared. You look around, astonished. The elf is nowhere to be seen. You look over to Boendal, who is easy to recognize in the bright moonlight. Next to you, Boindil smacks his lips in his sleep. You touch your throat, and when you don't feel anything, you breathe out, relieved.
Just a nightmare.
At least that's what you tell yourself. But you don't close your eyes for the rest of the night.
Yeah? No. That wouldn't happen anyway.
You reach Parista and go straight to the seat of the Council of Magi. The guard looks around nervously.
Lightning bolts. A couple of days ago. Not like in a storm, but in all the colours of the rainbow. On the next day, we were told that the Magi had all departed again, and Master Nudin was not to be disturbed. No one has been allowed in the palace since then. Not even us.
The report of lightning bolts doesn't particularly worry you. On the contrary. If the Magi have travelled back to their kingdoms, it can only mean that they were able to reinforce the barrier. You are eager to hear Lot Yonan's account in the vaults.
Goody. I have to go all the way back to the vault. Well, hi-ho, hi-ho.
Ah, so we meet again.
I'm just gonna pick up this healing potion whilst I'm here.
You say goodbye to... Boindil unwraps his dwarf cheese again and cooks it on the fire. When he offers you a piece, you take it.
I knew we'd make a dwarf of you in the end.
You chew on the cheese so you don't have to answer. It tastes better than you first thought.
Ah, so we meet again, dear dwarf. Tungdil, wasn't it?
Once again, you say goodbye.
Alrighty, let's get out of here.
Ah, so...
Oh, for God's sake.
You
Is
say
this guy
goodbye.
following me? I want to catch that merchant whilst he's sat in the town. It's a little difficult to navigate this map sometimes.
In the early evening, you make an unusual discovery on the side of the road. A colourful trader's wagon has been carelessly abandoned, with not a soul in sight. You immediately recognise the wagon.
That's Mort's wagon.
I don't like the look of this one bit, Boindil. You take a look around there, I'll stay on this side. Tungdil, you check the surrounding area, and be careful.
Yep.
You scan the road and the woods on both sides. Apart from the twins who are fighting their way through the undergrowth within earshot, you can't hear or see anyone. The wagon itself isn't damaged, nor is the drawbar, but the belts and leashes that normally hold the draft animals have been cut clean through. You can see a lot of tracks in the mud around the wagon. Hoof prints and footprints from humans in heavy boots. At least half a dozen long ones must have approached the wagon from the woods on both sides. The dwindling daylight provides little light inside the wagon. It smells of leather, spices, and candles. And there's another smell in the air, which you can't quite place. It reminds you of your forge in Lot Yonan's vaults, but different. It is messy, but no more so than you would expect from a single dwarf. The bed is rumpled, and there are tools and leftover materials piled up on the little workbench. There are several cupboards hanging on the right-hand wall. At the end of the wagon, there's a large wardrobe, and next to the door on the left is a heavy wooden chest with rusty metal hinges. The smaller cupboards are piled high with a multitude of tins and boxes, all filled with odds and ends that the trader offered for sale to customers on his trips. Nothing of real interest. You reach for the knob of the wardrobe, and then stop. The rug in front of the wardrobe squelches as you step on it, as if you had stepped in a puddle. You try to work out what has soaked the rug, when suddenly the door of the wardrobe springs open and something bounces into you. You take a step back, and the realization of what hit you makes you take two more. Lying on the floor in front of you is the body of a dwarf, headless. The head has been cut clean from the neck, but the dwarf's clothes leave you in no doubt that this is Mort, the trader. You take a couple of deep breaths. His head is being cut off cleanly, probably with a sharp blade. A quick glance in the wardrobe confirms what you already suspect. The dwarf's head is nowhere to be seen. As you try to lift the lid of the chest, You realize that the lock has been broken out of the wood. You open the lid and look inside. Amongst clothes and some empty boxes, you find a loot case and a beautiful loot of the kind that humans build, as well as a bag of bread and cured meat. You take the loot. You can't play, but an instrument like this is worth good gold. You take the bread and the cured meat. The extra provisions should keep you going for a few days.
Don't get me wrong, I'm not for pillaging the dead. But, in this circumstance, it's better with me.
You give a short, sharp whistle, and the twins come running at the double. You tell them what you found.
A group of horsemen with heavy boots has been here. I found Mort in the wagon. Beheaded. I have a hunch that the mercenaries from Fallow Rock have something to do with this.
Wretched dwarf killers!
You can tell that Boindil wants revenge and can understand his feelings well. You wrap the body in linen, dig a hole in the woods, and place the body in it. You lay a couple of his tools and other personal belongings you found in the wagon next to him. You wish there was more you could do for him. You continue on your journey in gloomy spirits.
Oh no, don't worry.
You come across an orchard next to a farmstead and surrounded by several fields of wheat. You don't see anyone working in the fields, but there's a young man lying under an apple tree. He has his legs crossed and a straw hat is covering his face.
Excuse me, but we're looking for a group of mercenaries. Have they passed by here?
The young man is startled. He must have nodded off. He looks around anxiously. When he sees you, the fear disappears from his face and is replaced by curiosity. It seems to you that the man is sizing you up.
And if I answer, what's in it for me?
Not getting your head kicked in?
If you can't help us, we'd be happy to ask the owner of the farmstead. We'll just tell him that the man sleeping in the shade of the orchard sent us. What do you think?
The man seems to size you up, and then a crooked smile spreads across his face.
All right, you caught me. The people rode northwest. But please don't tell Father Mullen.
There's no reason for that, if you told the truth. So, northwest, you say?
You continue on your journey, while the lazy labourer sinks back into the grass. The first thing you notice as you enter the village of Clintal is how quiet it is. There is hardly a soul in the streets, and the few people you do see immediately disappear into their houses as you get closer. Boindil draws his axes, and Boendal his raven's beak.
Something's not quite right here. Be alert.
You walk on until you reach the village square. Without a word, men enter the square from the left and the right, cutting off your way. You recognize the leader of the group of mercenaries, looking you over with a satisfied expression. Standing next to him is a frail man with greying hair, who doesn't seem able to cope with the situation. He tries several times to say something, but can't find the right words.
Are you going to kill us, just like you killed the travelling trader?
The leader of the mercenaries shakes his head sadly and seems shaken.
You fiends want to lay the blame on us? You damn murderers!
Murderers? Come here, dwarf killer!
Are you denying your terrible deed? You were seen murdering poor old Mort, one of your kind in cold blood.
The old man points unnecessarily to the leader of the mercenaries.
So apparently, you saw us committing murder, but you didn't intervene? And then you overtook us, and only set a trap for us now, and here, several days' journey from the place where it happened. Your story doesn't seem to make much sense.
We knew that the good people of Clinton would stand by us in confronting you. Mort was well known and respected around here.
But how did you know that we would come to Clinton of all places? If you were really tracking us, that wouldn't have been possible. But if you, on the other hand, were the ones being tracked, then it would have been easy for you to steer us into this trap.
He does have a point, Medarin. Why did you?
The village elder stops mid-sentence as the leader of the mercenaries draws his sword. The village elder turns from the mercenary to look at you, and then gives his men a signal to withdraw.
Oh no. If it's the villagers retreating, that's fine. If it's the mercenaries retreating, they ain't getting away. There are creeks with no paddles, and very deep puddles of manure that they've stepped in. I liked Mort. I also think I screwed up earlier and didn't get his rations, so... They say catharsis is bad for you.
Watch out for the archers.
Let me just pause the game for a sec. And whilst I'm at it, just give him a potion. Alright.
On my way! All right.
Of course! Huh?
Yes! I didn't hit you very hard!
Over here, quickly!
He hardly put up a fight!
Too easy! Ow! Another one bites the dust!
We're just gonna sit still for a sec. As I examine... Okay, there's more over there. No sense in running into battle if you're nearly dead.
As good as done!
Okay, that's villagers. They're not going to attack. That's good.
All right,
These guys will, though.
Yeah!
As good as done!
What is it?
What is it?
I need help over here, quickly!
Well.
Who's next? Huh?
There's a thing about a sack of bricks going in. Sack of hammers, sorry.
Yes?
You know, apparently I have the toughness of
Another one bites the
a
dust!
ripe fruit.
Yeah!
Apparently I missed. Okay.
What is it?
kill.
Come here. Get on that archer. And then pop that.
Who's next?
He hardly put up a fight. Please wait a moment.
I can't do that yet. What to do with your axes over here? And what now? Huh? Too easy.
Huh? That's fine. It's the last one.
I didn't hit you very hard.
At least I didn't have to kill the civilians. That would have been atrocious. Mercenaries, however, screw 'em.
The last of the mercenaries falls to the ground, but Boindil is still in the frenzy of battle. You and Boendal have to physically restrain him until he comes to his senses. Otherwise, you'd have stormed the houses to find more adversaries. You walk up to the body of the mercenaries' leader and search his pockets. You soon find something. A letter.
An anonymous client seeks dwarf skulls cleanly cut, shorn, and put into jars with honey. 1,000 gold coins will be paid for each skull. Khan, Bounty Hunters Guild Master.
That's bounty hunters hunting for dwarves. Despicable.
Dwarf heads.
You hold the letter aloft so that everyone can see it.
Look, citizens of Clintel, proof that these men are the killers. They are bounty hunters hunting for dwarves.
The village elder comes out of one of the houses, flanked by other villagers. You ignore their weapons, as well as their sinister expressions, and hand over the letter.
It would seem you are telling the truth. And you only killed those who deceived us. I thank you for this.
The village elder signals to a woman, and a few moments later, she brings you food and a bag of gold.
Take this in thanks for your actions.
You've retreated the civilians. I didn't have to kill them. I didn't want to kill them either. There's a difference. Oh, I get to choose his skills too. Cleave or shield charge? Well, he doesn't have a mobility skill, so I'm tempted by the shield charge. Yeah, I'm going with the shield charge. Because he doesn't have a mobility-based skill. Alright. Let's get the hell out of here.
Once again, you reach the... You walk to the...
You restocked? You have restocked. Excellent. Gimme. Take that too.
We're tired and long.
Of course, gentlemen.
You spend...
How does that leave me in... Which button is it? That one. Okay, no one's got injuries. It's good to know. No greeting from Goodwater. Strange, but alright.
Why are the Magus' vaults here in the middle of nowhere? And why does the Lord of Yonendar live in a vault and not in a castle?
It's to do with the magical fields that spread out under Girdlegard, so the 5 magical realms are found where the fields are at their strongest.
And that's why he lives in the vaults? To be closer to the underground magic?
No, it's more to do with security. 200 students of magic and a source of almost unlimited magical energy. The Magus thought that an underground vault was a more suitable place to train than Master Nudin's tower in the middle of Parista.
Well, I get it. I'm really glad I told the homestead to the farmstead.
I don't like it here. All this hocus pocus is bad news. Us dwarves know that and keep well away, just as Vracus commanded. I hope you know that too.
I cannot perform magic, and I've never attempted to. Nevertheless, please show respect. Remember that it was Lot Yonan who took me in and saved me.
Now then, it would seem that the tongue of the learned one becomes somewhat haughtier, and his sentences doth wind most strangely as we verily approach the vaults.
You can't help but grin guiltily. With a beseeching glance at the twins, you step into the area in front of the vaults. Seeing no one there you might greet, you and your companions enter your old home through the open gate.
Nothing like a homecoming.
Who the hell built this tunnel?
Bowendahl examines the crumbling roof with a mixture of disbelief and indignation.
Be quiet. I want to surprise them.
Is that such a good idea? What if we give your master such a shock that he casts a spell on us? I don't want to be turned into a mouse or a bar of soap.
It is unusually quiet in the vaults, but the smell of dinner is in the air. You imagine Frala looking up at you from her cooking pot in the kitchen and smiling.
Ah, there's boiled and roasted meat for dinner. Come on.
That's no reason to go and get ourselves turned into something weird. We'll stay here until you're finished with your little game.
Sadly, I think people have already been here. I called it at the beginning of the game. My opinion has not changed.
Lumps of meat rise up and appear on the brown, bubbling surface of the soup before sinking back down out of sight. The hearty smell makes your mouth water.
A human foot?
Your stomach turns, and you have to fight hard against the impulse to run out of the kitchen screaming. The cradle's empty. Your stomach tightens. You refuse to believe it, but you can't help thinking of the soup again.
No, it can't be true.
Speaking it out loud helps, but it doesn't get rid of the bad feeling completely. You look around the workshop with growing panic. No one to be seen.
Cup couple of weeks ago, this anvil was my whole world. Now my world's a whole lot bigger.
I didn't check this area before. I should have done. Might have gone a little extra XP. Well, time to intrude.
What happened here? Speak!
Ah, another one.
Yeah, just
Don't
turn his...
even think of using magic, or I'll lodge this pretty piece of steel in your brain.
It takes the Famulus a few seconds to comprehend the situation he's suddenly found himself in. He seems to weigh up his options for a moment before he breathes out and the tension leaves his body.
All right, I won't use magic.
Lot Yonan, where is he?
Nodon killed him. He killed all of them in Parista. There's no one left in Girdlegard who can take on the last Magus.
You're saying that someone took on all 6 of the Magi at once and defeated them? Ridiculous.
5 Magi. My master Nudin is Nodon the Doublefold, the Lord of the Perished Land and soon to be Lord
Called
of
it.
Girdlegard. He killed the masters, and the apprentices followed soon after. They're all gone, and he changed the magic field so that only we can use them.
An icy hand grabs your heart. It's impossible that there's only a single Magus left, and he's not fighting against, but for the Perished Land.
What happened here? Where is everyone?
For a while, the Famulus seems to be playing with the idea of being stubborn. Boendal pushes a little harder on the end of the crow's beak, and the tip penetrates the skin. Blood seeps out.
Ow! Ow! They're gone! Dead!
A school full of Magi destroyed without any signs of struggle? Lies.
The facts seem stacked against it, but you cling on to this faint hope.
Lot Yonan's Famuli were already in Parista. There were only novices left. We made easy work of them. The Elfar, Sintheras, he insisted on being part of the raid after he found out that you grew up here. He opened the gates and killed most of those here before they even knew what was happening.
In your mind's eye, you see a pale face appearing from the darkness. You saw what Elfar are capable of in Greenglade. You push the thought to the back of your mind and try to keep a clear head.
Why are you snooping around in Lot Yonan's study? What are you looking for?
I'm looking for artifacts that Lot Yonan, when he was in Parista, claimed he had forgotten and left in a cupboard. And for the books that were stolen from Greenglade. I'm guessing you're the dwarves that stole the books.
What does your master want with the artifacts and the books?
I don't know. He commands, we obey. He's going to be very displeased. I did find a bag in the cupboard, but it didn't contain the right objects.
I've had enough of your lies. They're alive. Lot Yonan escaped and has gathered his apprentices, Frala, and the others around him to fight against Nodon. We just have to find them.
The war was over before you even noticed it had begun. Nodon cannot be stopped. He is on his way here and will just...
Blah, blah. We will leave immediately. This news is of great importance to the Council of Dwarves.
I'm not going anywhere. I have to find my friends and I...
Orcs! Lots of them!
Squeak, squeak, mother. And this Ichthus is bad for you. Come on then.
On my way! Yes?
Huh?
Too easy!
Yes?
Who's next? By the pillars! We could knock some of them down and bury those runts!
Oh, crying out loud.
He hardly put up a fight, didn't he, you very hard? Too easy! Kill! Who's next? Pow! Another one bites the dust! Huh? Another one bites the dust. What is it? Yes. Yeah.
That was a terrible decision, but I need to get close to this guy.
I need help over here. Quickly. Another one. They're hitting me pretty hard. Who's next?
Okay.
What is it? There are too many of them.
The side door in the workshop. It's our only chance.
Too easy. And what now?
And this is why you take mobility skills.
As good as done. He hardly put up a fight. All right, go. Huh? I didn't hit you very hard. I'll be ready soon. Yeah. As good as done. Ow! Hey! What is it? Huh?
It says all three of us have escaped.
I didn't hit you very hard. Pow! Another one bites the dust. He hardly put up a fight. I didn't hit you very hard. Yes. What is it? Pow! Another one bites the dust. I didn't hit you very hard. Who's next? He hardly put up a fight. Yeah. Kill. What is it? I just need a little rest.
Why wouldn't it let me escape? Because I had orcs up my butt? That just tells me. Get my sorry butt in the forge. Quickly.
On my way! Huh? I didn't hit you very hard! And again.
And what now?
The pillars! We could knock...
We're not using the pillars, boys.
Another one!
Yes?
Yeah! What is it? What is it? Pow! Another one bites the dust.
Huh?
Yeah!
I can't do that yet.
Yes, he'd put up a fight. Vile creature. Pow! Another one bites the dust.
Huh?
Yeah!
Please wait a moment, huh?
And again. Don't rush me. What is it?
There are too many of them! The side door in the workshop. It's our only chance.
He didn't hit you very hard. Who's next? All right. Of course.
Okay, there we go. Just need to... Oh, I have orcs off the foot. Golden ring. That ability to summon heroes is very useful.
Damn. The first 20 are mine! You have come far, but this is far enough. Give me the artifacts and the books you stole in Greenglade, and I'll set you free.
What's with the artifacts and the books?
They belong to me. Lord Yonan was supposed to bring them to Porista, but forgot them. So, I came to pick them up. That's all you need to know.
What have you done to the other Magi? Your famulus told us some cock and bull story about you forcing them and their famuli to go to Porista and then murdering them.
I did what had to be done to protect Girdlegard. I wish there had been another way. But They would never have understood.
Do your eyes deceive you, or do you really see a brief moment of real regret on the swollen face of the Magus?
You wanting my rucksack is enough reason for me not to give it to you.
I don't need your consent. Look after the rucksack. If you lose it, you will also lose your life. Go back to your realm, dwarves, and let your king know that I need his land. Either he hands it over without a drop of blood being spilt, or my troops and allies take it by force. You
Bring it
can
on,
take
Batman.
this one with you. I have no use for him.
Invisible wizard, Maya!
Look!
Let me handle her. Kill the dwarves.
Well. All right.
The rucksack! The artifacts! If he wants them so badly, they might be the key to his destruction.
There's the orc with the rucksack. Let's get him!
Yeah, let me just beat through these a couple times.
Waste of time.
And again. Too easy.
Oh boy. Retreat. We'll do this in stages.
Another one bites the dust.
What is it? I have bow and dog. Give me a hand. What is it?
Who's next? Pow! Another one bites the dust. Too easy. I didn't hit you very hard.
Get out of the way.
I need help over here. Quickly.
Yes.
He already put up a fight.
There's a lot of orcs.
What is it?
No,
They're
no.
hitting me pretty hard. He cheated.
Dang it. Wait, what? Load. Jeez. Okay, apparently we've got an error, so